a good class and a good place to start here within the lightweight Durocs. If you can get past the Barrow that wins the drive, get past his front feet and just strengthen him there, then he wins for fun, and it's not even close and no discussion. Past his front feet, that's the Barrow that's tall-shouldered. He's the loosest, he's the best in his build, he's the best set to his hip and his hind leg, he's the most appropriate in terms of his front. Got really good shape up high, and he's good in his lines. I really like that Barrow a good deal to go ahead and start. Young ladies Barrow in 2. That Barrow's shorter bodied and more moderate. He's one to me that's really big in his forerib and back into his mid body and got a lot of spread up high. He too is too soft in his front feet. Gets a little bit more awkward moving when you talk about his hip design. He's a shorter rump Barrow that rolls up underneath himself, sets him a little wide from behind, but one for a lightweight that's got a lot of punch and a lot of power. Young ladies Barrow here that comes out next in 3 is one that maybe when you compare him to them other two, just a little bit more generic in terms of his build. He's a little bit more upright off of both ends of his body. Past that, he's a really good headed Barrow that's got great shape on the back side of his shoulder, really good in his forerib and back into his body. And that's where he's got an advantage over the Barrow that's going to be in 4. Comes out in 4. That Barrow is an absolute outlier within this drive in terms of skull, forearm, rear foot, and bone. I like those things about him. To me, when you step back and study him from the side, he comes apart the most in terms of his balance. He's flat. He's flatter in his forerib, higher in his rear rib and flank, and just doesn't balance as well. Barrow here that comes next, of the initial 5, that one to me is just too frail in terms of his feature. Just needs to be stoutened and powered up to compete with those Barrows ahead of him in class. And the Barrows on down the line, need to change each one of them skeletally and just make them a little stouter in terms of their feature to compete. But a good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 5 Duroc Barrows. First, Hallie Melsness, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Second, Marin Ludlow, Oakdale, California. Third, Jenna Melsness, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Fourth, Adeline Clay, Atascadero, California. Fifth, Maggie Lowry, Eaton, Colorado. Sixth, Avon Harlan, Buffalo, Oklahoma. Seventh, Cooper Hanhart, Delta, Colorado. Eighth, Kenley Tetrick, Pomeroy, Washington. Ninth, Beckham Salafek, Las Cruces, New Mexico. Entering the ring now is Class 6 Duroc Barrows.
a really high quality, good class of Duroc Barrows here in the middles, and this is an extremely high quality, extremely good pair on the top end of this drive that has a lot of talking points and a lot of unique pieces. Young man in the black, quit running him, just drive him. Quit running the pig. If you just watch that barrow when you get out and drive him, that barrow, to me, he's the one that comes together the best when you set him in motion. He's the best in his proportions and his balance on the move. He's tall-shouldered. He ties his neck smoother into the top of his blade. He's just as clean at the bottom side of his jawline and into the base of his neck. He's a really fresh back barrow that's better in the roll to his rib cage. Get right in behind him. He's wide at the top of his hip. He's got more flair there to his lower ham and stifle. You step back and study him from the side. Like I say, he's awesome in his lines. A really good barrow and a good place to start. Young lady's barrow that's in 2. That barrow's got as many outlying pieces in terms of a red one as I've seen in a long time, especially in a barrow show. He's huge in terms of his feet. He's got hair falling off his front toes. He's got a really unique head shape, and almost a boar head shape, as me and Hunter talked. He's really good out of the backside of his blade in terms of the freshness to his back line and his top shape. At the same time, he's flatter in his forerib and not as good in terms of his mid body. Get directly in behind him. He doesn't have quite as much spread there through the lower part of his ham and stifle. Doesn't set quite as wide at the ground, but still a really loose hind-legged barrow. That really good pair and a good barrow there to be in second. Young lady's barrow that comes out in 3. That barrow is so close to me in terms of being really competitive within the top 3 of this drive. You have to redesign this barrow's hip and his hind leg ever so slightly. He needs more set to his hock. He needs more cushion to his rear pastern. When you do that, that would allow that barrow to get out and drive and be just as athletic as those 2 barrows ahead of him. That barrow is stout in his skull. He's longer necked than the barrow that wins. He's probably fresher in his body than the barrow in 2. He just doesn't get out and go and flex and drive with near as much comfort there out of his rear skeleton. Barrow here that comes out in 4 is a really stout featured barrow that's awesome in his skull. He's big in his arm, huge in his rear foot and bone. I like that about him. Of the initial 4, when you step back and study him from the side, he doesn't balance as well. He doesn't have the same kind of rink presence. He comes apart there at the top of his blade. He gets apart right there in his ham loin, but still a really stout barrow there to be in 4. Barrow here that comes next, when you just step back and watch him from the side, you like a lot of things about him in terms of his height to shoulder and look up front. He's a barrow that's got really fresh and good in his skin and hair. I love the spread he's got to his top. I love the forerib shape and mid body. Set him in motion or get in behind him when he's in motion. He wants to funnel to the ground. He doesn't have the same kind of flex and athleticism from behind as those barrows ahead of him in class. Just gets a little awkward moving there from behind. Another barrow here that comes next. If we can fix this barrow on his front feet and raise him up, lengthen his rump out ever so slightly, I think he could certainly push those other ones in class. He's got a great look ahead of his shoulder blade. He's awesome in his top shape. Like I say, just gets a little awkward when you set him in motion. Front 2/3 the barrow here that comes next. That one is as fresh and youthful in terms of his head and his neck as anything. He's awesome in his shape. He's one that's too short and round out of his rump and too short stepping from behind. And the barrows on down the line, 8 through 10. Barrows need to be redesigned in terms of their build and their skeleton, and just have more stoutness to compete with those barrows ahead of him. Really good class. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 6 Duroc Barrows. First, Manny Gomez, Hickman, California. Second, Marin Ludlow, Oakdale, California. Third, Adeline Clay, Atascadero, California. Fourth, Cash Lerno, Templeton, California. Fifth, Andrew Miller, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Sixth, Chloe Thomas, Farmington, Arkansas. Seventh, Kate Hikus, Olathe, Kansas. Eighth, Cassidy Sanford, Rangeley, Colorado. Ninth, Tenley Duval, Moreland, Oklahoma. 10th, Tate Duvall, Moreland, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is Class 7, our final class of Duroc Barrows.
Young man in the green plaid shirt off my left is going to go ahead and start this drive, and one that does so real quick and real handily to me, in my opinion. You step back and you study that Barrow. He's got just the most rink presence and the most look ahead of his shoulder blade. He's stout in his skull and real clean in his jaw. Transitions awesome into the top side of his neck, into the top side of his shoulder. Really fresh in terms of his forerib and back into his mid-body. A good shape Barrow, and as you set him in motion, he's a longer hipped option of the two that's just looser and more athletic when you watch him go and watch him on the drive. The Barrow in 2 is being a hunter, sit back and talk. That Barrow is one that honestly maybe doesn't hit you as hard when he first comes out in terms of ring presence and look, but man, he sure grows on you the longer you watch him go. He's tall-shouldered, he's attractive up front, maybe not the same kind of presence in terms of the bottom side of his neck and his jawline. Same kind of skull shape as the Barrow that starts the drive, but still an appropriate look up front, really fresh and youthful. He's awesome in terms of his forerib and back into his mid-body. He's got great spread up high of the Barrow. When you step back and study him go across the ring, he's a little bit shorter in his rump, but he's got a good set to his hock, and he makes it work. He's a Barrow that doesn't have just quite as much spread and set his rear feet quite as far apart at the ground, but still a really good Barrow that's extremely fresh as we get into these heavy weights to be in second. Young lady's Barrow here that comes out in third is an attractive Barrow ahead of his shoulder blade. He's loose in terms of his skeleton. I like that about him. Compared to the Barrow in 4, he's just so much better in terms of his forerib and mid-body and cage. He's one to me that of the initial 3, have to give that Barrow more muscle and shape up high to compete with those other 2. Barrow here that comes next, tall-shouldered and attractive up front. He's got good shape up high. He's a Barrow that's too flat in terms of his forerib and back into his mid-body and rear rib and flank. One to me that looks like he just ran out of room in terms of weight, but still a good Barrow that's got good shape there to be in 4. Young lady's Barrow here that comes next in the flower shirt, similar to the Barrow directly ahead of him in class in terms of look ahead of his shoulder blade. A Barrow that's got good shape up high. This Barrow is too straight off of both ends of his body and too upright and stilty in his step. Another Barrow here that comes next, tall-shouldered and attractive, too closed up at his chest and his knee as he drives at me. Similar stories, you watch him go directly away from you. He's one that's stout in terms of his feature. Young lady in green, that's a really loose-built Barrow as he gets out and goes. It's stout in his rear leg and his rear foot. He's one to me that's another one that's just too flat in his forerib and his mid-body, pulled up there in his flank and doesn't balance from the side. Barrows on down the line in class need to be stouter and just have a better look and presence. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give all those heavyweight Duroc exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 7, Duroc Barrows. First, Max Heimer, Taylor, Missouri. Second, Hayes Heiner, Corinne, Utah. Third, Ashby Lane, Bakersfield, California. Fourth, Bailey Tucker, Turlock, California. Fifth, Melanie McMichael, Buckeye, Arizona. Sixth, Cadence Hanhart, Delta, Colorado. Seventh, Maya Padilla, Purcell, Oklahoma. Eighth, Bree Adams, Hatch, New Mexico. Ninth, James Lowry, Eaton, Colorado. 10th, Kaylin Sophia Gonzalez, Hanford, California. Entering the ring now is our Duroc Breed Drive, coming out of class number 5. Congratulations, Hallie Melsness of Klamath Falls, Oregon. Your class winner in class number 6, Manny Gomez of Hickman, California. And out of your just completed class number 7, Max Heimer of Taylor, Missouri. Please put your hands together for your class winners here in your Duroc division.
Class winners back out here. Let's go ahead and give all the Duroc exhibitors and these class winners a big round of applause. And take nothing away from the lightweight barrows. We get these three back out here, but I think it's a two-horse race. As you step back and study them, and like me and Hunter talk, when you just step back and you watch them go, there's some differences within the pair, there's no doubt. Young man in the black that come out of the middles, that barrow is just, when you study it from the side, he's a short, moderate, compact barrow that still is great in terms of his build, and he's loose in his skeleton. That barrow of the pair is bigger right at the base of his chest, and he's bigger in his arm. They both want to close up at the ground. That barrow is better in his forerib. He's got a better roll to his mid-body. Maybe not quite just as crisp or as hard in his shape compared to the heavyweight barrow, but that's where I think that barrow has an advantage of the two. And then you got the heavyweight barrow. That's one that just when you step back and study him in terms of his look and his presence, I love that barrow's presence and his build and how he goes. He's closed up at his chest, he's closed up at his knee, he's not as good in his forerib and the roll to his cage and his mid-body, but still a great pair of barrows. You step back and you watch them go. Both of them are really good. I'd be proud to raise either one of them. I'd be proud to have my kid on them. I guess there's one of them to me that is just so ready today, and he's so fresh and a really, really good kind. Young man in the black out of the middle of the champion. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, your champion Duroc Barrows, driven by Manny Gomez of Hickman, California. That'll drop in Marin Ludlow for reserve contention.
We talked to him in class. That pair was really, really good, and that barrow's got so many outlying pieces in terms of just his foot size and his bone and his head shape and his look. Maybe not quite as good in terms of his center body and his cage and just the outward turn. Maybe doesn't have the same kind of spread from behind, but a really unique one from the side. One that certainly gets into the mix. It has to be discussed. You get him back out here. There's another one, Tuss. I really liked a great deal. Young man out of the heavyweights will be reserved. Congratulations to him.
And your reserve champion Duroc Barrows, driven by Max Heimer of Taylor, Missouri. That'll conclude our Duroc show. We are now ready for Class 8 Hampshire Barrows.
Just one class, so within the Hampshire, so this will be our class winner and champion. Young man drives, and like I told Hunter, I think when you step back and study the 4 of them we reworked, this Barrow is easily the best in terms of his build and his skeleton. He's really fresh and really appropriate in terms of his head shape and how his neckties in the top of his shoulder. He's got a great shape up high. He's the one that reads the best to me from a ring presence standpoint when you study him from the side. But just like I say, he's the loosest made, he's the most athletic, a really good place to start. Young man and 2, that Barrow, when you get right up on top of him, he's got more spread, he's got more shape. I like that about him. He's got a really good look when you study him from the side, ahead of his shoulder blade. He's a short body Barrow that proportions really well when you step back and just watch him go directly away from me, though. He wants to swivel and just throw his rear leg when you watch him in motion. Doesn't maybe have just quite as much bone as the Barrow that starts the drive, but a good pair up here on the top end of this class. Young lady's Barrow here that comes next. The crinkle-eared Barrow, front 2/3 are as good as anything. Stout skull, huge in his arm, really big in his forerib and back into his mid-body. Set that Barrow in motion. He's another one. He's just too tight and too restricted. He doesn't have quite as much bone to match all that extra power he's got over the top side of his body. If we could change him there, he could certainly make it interesting there on the top side. Young lady in the yellow here that comes next, that's a stout skull, really big arm Barrow that's big in his foot and bone. You step back and you study him from the side and watch him go. He just doesn't balance quite as well or just come together when you set him in motion. He's too far forward in his shoulder blade and off at his knee. Wants to come apart there in his top line. To me, he doesn't just take quite as athletic of a step from behind and wants to just swivel the longer that we drive. Young lady here that comes next, a moderate, lighter weight Barrow. From his shoulder blade back, he's a really fresh Barrow in terms of his top shape. He's awesome in the roll to his rib and loose in the set to his hind leg. He needs to be more attractive in terms of his head shape, cleaner about the bottom side of his jawline, and I would change his ear set ever so slightly just to have him a better ring presence. Another Barrow here that comes next, stout in his feature and big in his arm, really good in terms of his skin and hair. When he comes and goes, he's too closed up to the lower third of his body, really wants to flatten there at his chest and at his stifle and his hock from behind. Young lady's Barrow here that comes next. A Barrow that has a good look when you study him from the side, a Barrow that's not near sound enough when you set him in motion, especially in terms of his hip and his hind leg. And the Barrows on down the line just need to be stouter, need to be redesigned from a structural standpoint. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give the Hampshire exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Champion, Kaylin Hicks of Elgin, Oklahoma. Second, and reserve, Jarrett Rigney, Healdsburg, California. Third, Channing Goodson, Earlsboro, Oklahoma. Fourth, Kai Atkins, Salinas, California. Fifth, Mackenzie Rigney, Healdsburg, California. Sixth, Ella Wilson, Pryor, Oklahoma. Seventh, Kinley Hikus, Olathe, Kansas. Eighth, Emma Gillette, St. Regis, Montana. Ninth, Emma Montoya, Belen, New Mexico. 10th, Rory Tillman, Mosca, Colorado. We're now ready for Class 9, our Hereford and Tamworth Barrow class.
a really good trio here within the Herefs and the Tams. Young lady in the pink, that's a really good Barrow and a good place to start. So when you step back and just watch that Barrow go from the side, he's awesome in his build and his athleticism when he goes across the ring. He's tall-shouldered, he's really attractive up front. He's fresh in his back and good in his top line. Awesome in his forerib and back into his mid-body. That's a wide-made Barrow that gets out and goes extremely well and has a great presence. Young man's Barrow in 2. That's a Barrow that comes and goes really wide and really square at the lower third of his body. He's awesome in terms of his shape up high. Maybe a little bit flatter there in his mid-body and back into his rear rib and flank. Compared to our champion, not quite as loose and just hinged quite as good in terms of his hip and his hind leg. But take nothing away, that's still a really good Barrow and a good place and a good one to be in second. Young lady's Hereford here that's in third. That one's awesome in his skull shape and his head. He's one that's tall-shouldered and really loose in his skeleton and good in his lines, and he proportions awesome from the side. When he drives at me, I want to change him up at his knee and at the ground up front. Similar story from behind, and maybe scouting him just ever so slightly in his feature, but still a good Barrow there to be in third. The Tam here that comes next, tall-shouldered, really attractive up front. Really good in his shape up high. A Barrow that gets a little bit weaker in his top line, shorter in his rump, and consequently rolls up underneath himself on the drive. Change him there, and he can certainly move up in class. And Barrow that rounds out the drive, standing still at a backdrop. This Barrow is going to take an awesome picture in terms of height of shoulder and look, proportions, and body shape. Set him in motion. He's just not comfortable enough and not sound enough in terms of his rear third. A really good Barrow. Young lady does a good job with. Just needs maybe has an injury there on his left rear. We can loosen that Barrow up. He can certainly move up in class. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 9, your Hereford and Tamworth Barrow class. First, and your champion, congratulations, Emma Parker of Farmington, Arkansas. Second, your reserve, Hatton Dean, Lisco, Nebraska. Third, Peyton Harrison, Templeton, California. Fourth, Gage Gearing, Acampo, California. Fifth, Aubrey Naranjo, Monte Vista, Colorado. Entering the ring now is Class 10. Class 10 is our only Landrace Barrow class.
Good class of Landrace and a real good trio here on the top end of this drive. Within 1 and 2, I think it's close as you step back and study them. To me, the bear that wins the drive, that bear is the stoutest in his skull. He's the biggest in his arm, where he has a real advantage to me. He's better in his forerib shape. You get right up on top of him. He's got more turn. He's got a harder, crisper back out of the backside of his shoulder blade and back into his mid-back. One, as you step back and study him, the Barrow in 2, I think he has a better pull when he ties his neck a little bit more appropriately into the top of his shoulder. I like that about him. That Barrow blends extremely well when you study him from the side. He's the frailer option of the initial 2 within the drive, especially in terms of his jawline and just his forearm and his feature. At the same time, like I said, I think he's flatter in his forerib and just not quite as robust there on the backside of his blade. But a really good pair of barrows here on the top end of this Landrace drive. Young ladies both do a great job getting them presented. Young man in 3, if we could just take this one straight to the backdrop and study him at the backdrop and take a picture, you have to like a lot of things about him in terms of length of body and proportions. Set this barrow in motion of the initial 3. He's just the tightest, most restricted, especially out of his hip and his hind leg of the initial 3. I don't think that his bone matches in just proportions as good as those 2 barrows directly ahead of him in class. But that's a barrow that's really big in his forerib and his cage and his mid-body, really bold and fresh up high. Barrow here that comes out in 4, another one that's standing still, has as many unique pieces in it as any in terms of height of shoulder and look up front. Really fresh and crisp in his back shape. Set him in motion, especially from behind. He's too tight and too restricted, especially in his rear foot and pastern. Doesn't get out and take long enough and just loose enough of a step. Young lady in yellow here that comes next, a stout skulled barrow. It's got a lot of shape working up high. He's a barrow to me, another one that has to be looser and better in terms of his build when you study him from the side. Young lady in the black sweater vest or black vest here that comes next. Good looking from the side, more moderate kind of a barrow. One that's not, another one that's just too straight up front, not loose enough in terms of his rear skeleton. And the 2 barrows that round out the drive both need to be built better from a skeletal perspective, have more foot and bone, move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give all these Landrace exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 10 Landrace Barrows. First, and your champion, congratulations, Crew Dadson of Paso Robles, California. Reserve, Renner Rawls, Patterson, California. 3rd, Crew Dadson, Paso Robles, California. 4th, Clara Kowalski, Bend, Oregon. 5th, Kai Atkins, Salinas, California. 6th, Brianna Ledbetter, Philomath, Oregon. 7th, Kendall Tetrick, Pomeroy, Washington. 8th, Tabitha Hitchman, Hanford, California. Now entering the ring is Class 11, Poland Barrows.
here on the top end, and there's some give and take within the two, and maybe the one that, like me and Hunter talked, and maybe Reed still, the most immature is the Barrow that we're going to start with, the young lady in the red, but at the same time, when you step back and study that Barrow from the side, that is an extreme look, an extreme ring presence to me, head of his shoulder blade. He is so awesome, and his forehead and his head shape, his jawline, how his neck ties into the top of his shoulder. He squares with a really good crisp shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade. His proportions are awesome, and yet when you set him in motion, to me, where he has a class advantage, he is the best and he is the loosest in terms of his hip and his hind leg and how he gets out and goes and uses it when he goes across the ring. The Barrow end too, there's no denying. When you get right up on that one, he is the broadest out of the backside of his shoulder. He's got the most spread. He's the best in his forerib, the best back into his mid body and rear rib and flank. I love those things about him. At the same time, he's not as good in terms of his look ahead of his shoulder blade, especially there at the bottom side of his jawline where it ties into the base of his chest. He's tighter and more restricted when you set him in motion in terms of his hip and his hind leg and how he gets out and goes. But a Barrow that's skin and hair is presented to a T. A Barrow that's got a lot of really fresh and a really good Barrow there to be in second and be reserved. Young lady's Barrow here that comes next, from his ham loin forward, is as unique as anything in class. His look up front, stoutness of skull. He's huge in his arm and big at the base of his chest. He's awesome in terms of the shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. He needs to be changed in terms of his hip and his hind leg. You get right in behind him, he's too short stepping and wants to swivel in terms of his hind leg. When he's studying from the side, if we're going to get real nitpicky, I could drop him in his flank and just allow him to just balance and be a little bit better in his lines. Barrow here that comes next in 4. That one is so close to me in terms of being next level, pushing those ahead of him in this class. He's so basic and good in terms of his build and his skeleton at the same time. I think he's just more generic in terms of his bone and his stoutness of feature. He doesn't have the same kind of just ring presence and look when you talk about extras and features, those Barrows ahead of him in class. But a really good proportion Barrow that's presented extremely well. A really nice kind of a Barrow there to be in 4. The Barrow in 5, to me, just maybe looks a little bit more traditional in Poland. A little bit rounder in terms of his makeup, not quite as crisp in terms of his shape, not as good in terms of the look ahead of his shoulder blade, in terms of just stoutness of skull and cleanliness of jawline, but still one that has a lot of spread and a lot of bulk up high. He's good and loose in his skeleton, just need to crispen him up in his shape and give him a more attractive look. Barrow here that comes next has that look and has that shape at the same time. He's a frail constructed Barrow that's too narrow through the lower third of his body. Need to reconstruct him in terms of his hip and his hind leg. When the Barrow that rounds out the drive, stout skull, huge in his chest, a Barrow that needs to be square at his front foot. When he meets the surface, need to change him up in terms of his hip and his hind leg, move up any higher. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those Poland exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 11. Congratulations, your champion, Poland Barrows, driven by Madeline Lindley of Tulare, California. Second, in reserve, Brock Hammock, Perkins, Oklahoma. Third, Ashby Lane, Bakersfield, California. Fourth, Emma Hacker, Wilder, Idaho. Fifth, Addison Horn, Hallsville, Texas. Sixth, Tanner McGuire, Kingman, Arizona. Seventh, McKenna King, Ripon, California. Entering the ring is Class 12. Spot Barrows. This is the only class of our spot division.
Spot Barrows, a good pair on the top end, and even with that said, to us, there's one that starts this drive and needs to win the spot, so real handling real quick. That's the young man in the center of the ring going to my left. That Barrow, in terms of length of body and proportions, is easily the most appropriate to me within this drive. He's tall-shouldered, he's really stout in his skull and attractive up front. He's awesome in terms of his full rib and the roll to his mid-body and his cage. That lays the foundation for all the extra mass and power and spread up high. Barrow that when you set him in motion is really loose and really good in terms of his step. He's a Barrow to me that looks like, I don't know what he weighs, but he looks like he's still on the up and up and has some future. That's a really nice Barrow and a good place to start. With that said, take nothing away from the young lady in second reserve because that Barrow's got some class advantages and some outlying pieces. Ahead of his shoulder blade, he's extremely unique in his head shape and his look up front. With that said, he doesn't blend the top of his neck quite as good into his shoulder blade because he's too soft on his front feet. Wants to put his roll his feet together at the ground. He needs to be strengthened in his pastern. Change him there, and that would change his profile and his look from the side. At the same time, he's maybe just a half a rib longer bodied and doesn't balance quite as well as our champion, but you get right in behind him. That's a wide pin set that stays square to his stifle and drops a real true hawk out of the bottom side going to the surface. That's a unique Barrow to be second. The Barrow in third, if you just step back and watch this Barrow go from the side, he checks so many boxes in terms of fundamentals, in terms of height of shoulder and look and ring presence. He's one that's really loose and good made in terms of his build and his skeleton. He's awesome in his lines. Comparatively within this drive, maybe just a little bit more generic in terms of his shape and his feature, in terms of the extras. I think that's where he needs to be changed. He could certainly move up in class, but one that's so fault-free and so basic. Young lady does a great job getting him drove. Barrow here that comes out next, another one that has some outlying pieces in terms of extras, foot and bone, spread and mass up high. That Barrow is carrying way too much condition to me at this weight. He's got too much dirt at the bottom side of his jawline and his jowl. Needs to be cleaned up through the lower third of his body, crisping him and shaping him up high. He can certainly move up and push those others. Barrow here that comes next, huge-footed, heavy bone Barrow. A Barrow to us that doesn't balance as good when you study him from the side. He wants to run downhill and just doesn't, like I say, it comes apart there at his jump muscle, get too round and steep and out of his rump and wants to roll up underneath himself on the drive. Young man's Barrow here that comes next is wide in his chest and scout in his skull and big in his arm. I like that about him. Another one that doesn't balance near as well from the side, gets too short and too round out of his rump. He's a frailer featured Barrow that wants to roll up underneath himself. Another one here that comes next, tall-shouldered, really attractive up front. Doesn't have the same kind of extras in terms of stoutness and features, those ahead of him. And the Barrow that rounds out the drive needs to be built better in terms of his skeleton and move up any higher. A good class. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 12 Spot Barrows. First, and your champion, congratulations, Remington Phillips of Abilene, Texas. Reserve, Hannah Bowman, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Third, Kylie Hackbart, Seward, Nebraska. Fourth, Parker Lerno, Templeton, California. Fifth, Estella Jones, Orcutt, California. Sixth, Ty Lindman, San Ardo, California. Seventh, Brianna Ledbetter, Philomath, Oregon. Eighth, Madeline Stocking, Loma, Colorado. Now entering the ring is Class 13, our first of 2 Yorkshire Barrow classes.
when you accept the judge's show and you get into, some purebred Yorkshire Barrows, and they can be tough, especially on the lightweight side. Come in this class. This class is quality 8 deep, every one of them. And then with that said, there's a pair of them on the top end of this class that are outliers in terms of their look. They're outliers in terms of just their extra stoutness and what they represent from just a show ring standpoint. And then with that said, there's one of them that still takes it to another level. That's the young man's Barrow in the center of the ring. That Barrow is so good. When you study him from the side in terms of his height of shoulder and look up front, he's the biggest in his arm, he's the biggest in his rear foot and bone, his skin and hair is presented, and that's something to me, I'm not a huge hair guy, but man, when it's put on him the right way, and he's that fresh, it is extremely, extremely awesome to get up and study that Barrow, look at his skin and hair. You talk about that Barrow's hind leg set, it is so good, and he is so loose and so long stepping and so athletic. Really, really good Barrow and a good place to start. Take nothing away from young ladies Barrow in 2, because that one, that's one that anybody should be excited to take to a big show, especially in the lightweight Yorkshire division. For that Barrow to have that kind of forearm and rear foot and stoutness, stout in his skull, he is so clean at the top side of his neck and his jawline. He ties awesome into the top of his shoulder blade. He proportions and blends extremely smooth and really, really good from the side, and has an awesome silhouette. Comparatively to our class winner, he's one that's a little bit tighter in terms of his hip and his hind leg. Doesn't have the same kind of unique hind leg set there as that Barrow does, but still a really, really high quality one. The young lady does a great job getting presented and getting drove. The Barrows in 3 and 4, honestly, to me, are more indicative of the Yorkshire breed in terms of breed character and how I expected them to look, just in terms of hair texture and look. With that said, still a really good pair of them. Young ladies Barrow in 3rd is a shorter body Barrow that's more moderate. He's more appropriate to me in terms of how he blends from the side. Really up-headed and attractive. Good shape Barrow that's loose in terms of his hip and his hind leg. He's better from forerib to flank to me and just balances better from the side than the Barrow that's in 4. The Barrow in 4 is another one that awesome in terms of his build and his skeleton. Great in terms of his shape up high. He's a Barrow that's a rib longer bodied and just doesn't have the same kind of ring presence and look when you study him from the profile, but his build and skeleton is just unmatched and really, really good within this class, and that's what keeps him in 4. Young man's Barrow in 5 is one that if we can go to the backdrop and take a picture, anybody would get behind this one because he's got so many unique pieces from the side. Height to shoulder, look up front. He's a short-bodied Barrow that's really stout in terms of his feature. He's a Barrow that when you get in behind him, he's not square enough in terms of his hind leg. Comparatively, I'd like to see him just take a looser, longer step compared to those ahead of him in class. Young lady Barrow here that comes next, another big-footed, heavy-boned one. Got some similar attributes and similar pieces to the Barrows in 1 and 2 within this drive at the same time. He's too tight and too restricted when you set him in motion. Just needs to be looser, more athletic on the drive. Young ladies Barrow here that comes next, really attractive up front, got great shape up high, gets too round out of his rump and rolls his hock outside of his body when you get right in behind him. And the Barrow that rounds out the drive. Got good shape up high, a Barrow that's just not good enough in terms of his look and his presence. Need to stouten and power that Barrow up in this lower 3rd. Really good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 13, Yorkshire Barrows. 1st, Will Hagan, Templeton, California. 2nd, Claire Kowalski, Bend, Oregon. 3rd, Macy Zerbach, Roseburg, Oregon. 4th, Jordan Soares, Napomo, California. 5th, Talon Merida, Antlers, Oklahoma. 6th, Kate Hikus, Olathe, Kansas. 7th, Riley Banta, Paso Robles, California. 8th, Emily Merced, California. Entering the ring now is Class 14, our last class of our Yorkshire division.
Another good class and a high quality trio over here on the top end of this drive. Young lady in the purple shirt is going to win this class and does so pretty quick and pretty handily. In my opinion, that bear is the short bodied, moderate bear. That's just the boldest and the most manly up high. When you talk about the extra spread and shape he's got over the top side of his skeleton, he's a bear that's still good in terms of his build and his skeleton, and takes a loose enough, comfortable stride out here when you set him in motion. Really nice bear and a good place to start. Young lady in the pink sweater directly in front of me is going to go ahead and be second. That's a bear that's presented so good in terms of his skin and hair. That bear is so fresh. When you just get up on that bear, he's a little bit rounder in terms of his muscle, a little bit rounder in his makeup. He doesn't have quite as much just extra shape and power, and at the same time, he gets to just a little bit tighter, more restricted from behind the longer that we drive him, but still a really good presented bear that has a lot of neat pieces. The bear in 3, honestly, is one that's so good in terms of his build and his skeleton. Has a great look from the side. A bigger body, or a bigger, larger scale bear that honestly just looks like he ran out of room in terms of weight. If you could push up into a higher weight, I'm sure you could get some extras on that bear. He's got the basics and he's got the build it takes to do it. Really nice bear to be in 3rd. The bear in 4, the one's got a little bit of skin funk when you study him from the side. Short-bodied, up-headed, attractive bear that's awesome in terms of the set to his hip and his hind leg, and he's really loose made. He's a bear that doesn't have the same kind of shape and power. He wants to deviate in his top line ever so slightly, and just doesn't balance as well from the side. Change him there and he can certainly move up in class. Another one here that comes next, really fresh and youthful in terms of his look. Great in his skin and hair. A bear that doesn't have just the extras in terms of stoutness and feature. Need to pull him apart through a lower third of his body. Another one here that comes next. A big scaled, extended bear that's too closed up through the lower third of his body in terms of his chest and his stifle and his hock from behind. And then the bear that rounds out the drive has some extra length and extension and a good look up front, good shape up high. Too flat in terms of his forerib and back into his mid body. Needs to be looser in terms of his hind leg, move up any higher. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 14, Yorkshire Barrows. 1st, Emerson Hostert, Salinas, California. 2nd, Amaya Slay, Myrtle Creek, Oregon. 3rd, Kylie George, Santa Maria, California. 4th, Sienna Dominguez, Lockwood, California. 5th, Carson Mitchell, Midland, Texas. 6th, Lauren Tadman, Ocampo, California. 7th, Kylie Hackbart, Seward, Nebraska. Entering the ring now is our breed drive for our Yorkshire division. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations, Will Hagan of Templeton, California. Class 14, congratulations, Emerson Hostert of Salinas, California. Please put your hands together for both of our class winners here in our Yorkshire division.
The Yorkshire breed extremely well, and I guess as you step back and just watch them, honestly, selfishly, I'd like to just sit back and watch one of them drive for a long time, because it doesn't really matter what angle you get, coming, third, quartered, going away from the side, it doesn't matter. But I can tell you, as you step back and study him, he's a very memorable one to me in terms of what he represents from the side, in terms of the extras that he has. A really, really good kind of a Yorkshire bear. A young man out of Class 1 will be champion. Congratulations to him.
And your champion, Yorkshire Bear, driven by Will Hagan of Templeton, California. That'll drop in Claire Kowalski for reserve contention.
Dropping that second place bear out of Class 1, and like I talked to him in class, a pair of extremely high quality Yorkshire bears that did a lot of things right. And like I said, if I came to the show with that one, I would expect to probably win the lightweight Yorkshires. Then you run into a bear like our class winner and eventual champion. That bear has so many unique pieces in terms of his look from the side, extra stoutness and shape up high. Still a really, really high quality bear. We're keeping that pair together. Young lady second out of Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow belongs to Claire Kowalski of Bend, Oregon. That'll conclude our Yorkshire drive. We are now ready for Class 15 lightweight crossbred barrows. Attention exhibitors, if you had a breed barrow that was reclassified, we have put them in the appropriate crossbred classes posted behind the announcer stand. Kenna King, your Crossbred Barrow class is in the ring. Caleb Hackbart, same for you. The Crossbred Barrow class is in the ring. Class 15 is in the ring. Visitors exiting the ring.
This young man's belted pig in the dead center of the ring is going to start this drive. And I guess you step back and study him. That one to me is just the most fault-free and just the most basic in terms of his build and skeleton, and still having some extras in terms of stoutness of skull and look up front. Really square and bold at the base of his chest. He's really fresh and awesome in terms of the shape out of the backside of his blade. Little pinch right there in his hand-loin junction, but still a big-footed, heavy bone bearer as he goes directly away from me. That's more appropriate to me in terms of where his hock placement is, where his rear foot meets the surface. Young man's Barrow 2 is presented and driven extremely well. That's a tall-shouldered, really attractive barrow that's awesome in the angle to his shoulder and his knee up front. Takes a long, loose step up front. He's got a really good shape up high. Getting nitpicky on him. He's a little tight right there in the middle portion of his back and wants to raise up in his back, pinched in his loin, and he's square in his hocks, but he sets his feet a little bit too wide. Wants to swivel just a little bit from behind. If we could reel him in right there, see that Barrow just relaxing his spine ever so slightly, I think it's real interesting and real close on the top end. A really good pair of Barrows to start. Young lady's Calico here that comes next is tall-shouldered and attractive up front. He's really good in his lines and his proportions from the side. He's the frailest featured Barrow of the initial three, or of the initial four actually. When you talk about just his skull shape and his arm and his rear foot and bone at the same time, he's so much better in his forerib and back into his mid-body than the Barrow that's going to be in fourth. The black Barrow, he's got some extra stoutness in terms of skull and forearm. Really big rear foot and rear bone. He's too flat in his forerib and his mid-body and tucked up in his rear rib and flank move up any higher. Calico here that comes next, really loose and comfortable in terms of his skeleton. He's too soft on his front foot. Doesn't have as much shape and just power up high and just hold his top line together near as well. Another one here that comes next, if we could just change this Barrow in terms of his rear foot and his rear step and reel him in ever so slightly. He's got the extras in terms of ring presence and shape up high. Just needs to be redesigned from a skeletal perspective behind. And the Barrow that rounds out the drive here in 7. Extras in terms of stoutness to skull and forearm. I love this Barrow's just skin and hair texture and the shape he's got up high. Need to redesign his hip and his hind leg. Change the way his neck ties into the top of his shoulder, move up any higher. But a really good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 15 lightweight crossbred Barrows. First, W. Austin Ferry, El Dorado, California. Second, Holden Fielman, Manteca, California. Third, Tessa Devlin, Pinedale, Wyoming. Fourth, Macy Scoggins, Paso Robles, California. Fifth, Cooper Herrenbrook, South Coffeyville, Oklahoma. Sixth, Braxton Beasley, Van Alstyne, Texas. Seventh, Jackson Flores, Prather, California. Entering the ring now is Class 16 crossbred Barrows.
Belted Barrow is going to go ahead and start this class and does so because that's the fault-free one. Within this drive, it's big-footed and heavy bone and stout skulled. Has a good look and proportions good from the side. To me, this barrow's on the edge of being just a little bit over in terms of condition, I guess. That's where I think the other two barrows maybe have an advantage to that barrow, just in terms of their shape and their presence and their look from the side. I can clean that barrow up just ever so slightly through his lower third and just clean him up in his jowl just a bit. But with that said, still a really, really high quality one. Young man does a great job getting drove. 2 and 3, I guess, where the decision lies to me within this class. Young lady's barrow that's in second. If we could change him driving at me, I think he's closer to first than third. That's where he finds his home in second. He has to be more pried apart at the base of his chest. He has to be better at his knee and at the ground up front. If you do that, I think it gets awful interesting on the top side because he is, to me, the best in this class from the side in terms of ring presence and look, height of shoulder, head shape, look up front. He is so fresh and so good in terms of his back shape. He's got a longer hip and a better set to his hind leg. The barrow that's going to be in third, just like I say, one that has to be more opened up front there at the base of his chest and his knee. Young lady's barrow in third is one that is really big in his chest and really big through the lower third of his body. He's awesome in his forerib and back into his mid-body shape. He's got tons of mass and spread and shape up high, and he's undeniable from that standpoint. The way his color and his black lays on his hip, honestly, doesn't help his case because it makes him look a little bit shorter rump than probably what he is. Longer that we drive, he gets maybe the tightest and a little shorter step in terms of his hind leg, but still one that's got really, really unique pieces just from a mass and power standpoint and still holds it together in terms of squareness and build. A nice barrow there to be in third that just doesn't maybe have the same kind of look and presence as the other two ahead of him. Barrow here that comes out next has a quality look when you study him from the side in terms of height of shoulder and look up front, presented extremely well in terms of his skin and hair. A barrow that doesn't maybe comes apart in terms of his hip and his hind leg and his top line. Just need to redesign him from that standpoint, see him get out and go and maybe mass him up to compete with those other barrows that are ahead of him in class. Barrow that comes next, really stout skulled and big in his arm and big in his chest. A barrow to me that needs to be fresher in terms of his skin and hair and change it from that standpoint. But one that basics in terms of build and skeleton are awesome. Just needs to blend smoother and be better presented up any higher. The calico here that comes next is one that's so unique in terms of the positives that he brings to the table, in terms of his stoutness of skull, height of shoulder, and look from the side. He's huge in his forearm and a big-footed barrow. Really, really big rear foot and rear leg. He's too closed up to the lower third of his body. He's too flat in his forerib and back into his mid-body, but one that's got a real unique look from the side. Barrow here that comes next, the belted barrow, standing still. You like a lot of things about him in terms of height of shoulder, stoutness of skull, proportions. I like that. He's too straight and too restricted when you set him in motion from behind. Another barrow here that comes next has a lot of shape and power up high, doesn't balance good enough when you study him from the side, and the blue barrow that rounds out the drive has some extras in terms of just power and muscle. He's another one to me that just has to be stouter in terms of his feature, has to be looser in terms of his build to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 16 at lightweight crosses. First, Dallas Haley, Ceres, California. Second, Tristan Salopek, Las Cruces, New Mexico. Third, Harley DeShane, Grass Valley, California. Fourth, Reed Allen, Red Oak, Oklahoma. Fifth, Sadie Vieno, Napomo, California. Sixth, Emma Hacker, Wilder, Idaho. Seventh, Jace Wyrick, Moreland, Oklahoma. Eighth, Kaylee Eider, Whitman, Arizona. Ninth, Parker Biasotti, Heldsburg, California. Entering the ring now is Class 17. This is our last class in the lightweight division of our Crossbred Barrows.
heavyweight light or heavier class here in the lightweight crosses, and I think it's a really, really good pair. And there's a lot of talking points and discussion within this pair. And as hunters, I step back and talk them. You know, you can look at this pair, and both of them, like I say, do a lot of things right. There's one of them that is just so striking and so good in terms of his ring presence, from the tip of his nose to his ears and his head shape and how it ties into the bottom side of his chest and his jawline. He's the one that's got a better set to his hind leg and maybe more of a show ring set. I'm not saying he's maybe looser by any means or even more comfortable, because the other one is still very comfortable. That one's got a show type of hind leg as he goes across the ring. I don't think the Calico is quite as good in terms of the fill there to the center portion of his body. He's flatter in his full rib. He's flatter and narrower at the base of his chest. Just doesn't have as much outward turn, but still, like I say, one that is so unique when you study him from the side. And then you've got the young man's wide belted one. I'm telling you, when you get up on that Barrow, he is unbelievable in terms of his full rib shape and his rib cage and the outward turn, all the mass and the power that he's got up high. For a Barrow that has that much going up high, he's still attractive ahead of his shoulder blade. He's huge at the base of his chest. That's a Barrow that, to me, that while he's not as attractive in the set to his hind leg and maybe just not as quite as showy, he is still extremely functional. I would still call it athletic as he goes. I just don't think it's quite as unique in terms of the look to him and quite as striking at the first glance. I think the pair is extremely, extremely close. I think within the pair, there's one that's so unique to have that much power, still be able to get out and go and have a good ring presence. Young man's going to be one, young lady will be two. Really, really good pair and a good class up here on the top end of this drive. Young man's Calico, headed one here that comes next, runs into just a great pair over here on the top end, and take nothing away from this one because he's stout skulled, he's awesome in his arm and the base of his chest. Got a lot of shape and a lot of mass up high. Of the initial three, he's just the tightest and most restricted when you set him in motion. He doesn't have quite as big a rear feet to match his bone and all the extra power. That's getting real nitpicky on him, but that's where I change him just to make him balanced and proportion better. Young lady's belted Barrow here that comes next. Incredible in terms of the set to his hip and his hind leg and how he gets out and flexes and uses it. Of the initial four, this one's maybe a hair long body that doesn't balance quite as well or blend quite as good from the side. Just have the same kind of silhouette, but still a really, really quality Barrow that's got a great build and a great skeleton. Just need to change him and shorten him and power him up ever so slightly. Calico pig here that comes next is tall-shouldered, attractive up front. He's too narrow and closed up at the base of his chest and at the ground, but still loose and comfortable in terms of his hip and his hind leg. Just doesn't have the same kind of extras as those Barrows directly ahead of him in class. Another one here that comes next is just really basic and safe and fault-free in his build and his skeleton. Needs more power, needs to be more manly as he comes and goes. Barrow that comes next does have more punch and just more power up high. He's one to me that's not square enough when you talk about his hip and his hind leg and how he goes to the surface. And the Barrow that rounds out the drive. Tall-shouldered and attractive, just doesn't have as much power, doesn't have the same kind of just ring presence when you step back and watch him go across the ring. A really good class, a great pair of them on the top end. Let's go and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 17, Crossbred Barrows. First, Will Hagan, Templeton, California. Second, Avery Layton, Bend, Oregon. Third, Brantley Muniz, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Fourth, Kaylee Johnson, Kersey, Colorado. Fifth, Kylie Thompson, Fruitland, New Mexico. Sixth, Caden Sproul, Mancos, Colorado. Seventh, Presley Montgomery, Ignacio, Colorado. Eighth, Kelly Lloyd, Heber, Utah. We're now ready to drive for your champion and reserve selection out of your Division I Crossbred Barrows. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations, Austin Ferry of El Dorado, California. Coming out of class number 2, congratulations, Dallas Haley of Ceres, California. And out of your just completed class, congratulations to Will Hagan of Templeton, California. Please put your hands together for all of our class winners here in our Division I of our Crossbred Barrows.
Three back out here, and I think all three of them represent quality Barrows that do a lot of things right and have the extras that it takes to win your class here in the Crossbreds of the Arizona National. And with that said, I still think there's one of them that's got so many unique pieces. He came out of an extremely good class. young man in the blue shirt out of the last class, who championed this division. Congratulations to him.
Your champion in Division 1 belongs to Will Hagan. That'll drop in Avery Layton for reserve contention.
Drop out that Calico Barrow that was second in that class, and he's another one that we thought that pair was really close, and honestly you could sit back and have 10 different guys in here and go 10 different ways within that pair and just split that pair, but one that's so striking in terms of his presence, so unique in terms of his hind leg set and how he gets out and goes. A really, really good barrel. We're going to keep that pair together. That young lady will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve champion D1 belongs to Avery Layton. Now entering the ring will be Class 18 Crossbred Barrows.
Really good class and an awesome trio here on the top end of this drive. Young lady in the blue shirt, blue sweater wins this drive, and that's a Barrow to me that as you step back and study him, that's the most fault-free one within this class that does the most things right, puts the most positives together. He's stout-skulled and yet really clean and just awesome in terms of his jawline and how he ties into the base of his chest. He's a Barrow that's got awesome fresh shape working up high. He's big in his forerib and back into his mid-body. He's a big-footed, heavy bone Barrow that sets wide behind and stays really loose and comfortable in his skeleton. I was telling Hunter, if you could put maybe just a little bit of fat, just a little condition on that Barrow right there where his neck, shoulder ties, right there at his ham loin, and just make that Barrow blend as smooth as the Barrow that's in second, I don't even think it would be close. I think he'd win for fun and walk away. That's where I would change him ever so slightly, but that's real nitpicky on a really good pig that's presented to a T, awesome skin and hair. 2 and 3, I think, is where the decision lies within this class, and that's where the call is to me. The Barrow that's in 2, he's just so much pressure in terms of his body shape and his top line and his back. He's one that's more appropriate to me in terms of his step when you study him go from behind. He's one that doesn't have the same kind of stoutness and outlying pieces of the Barrow that's going to end up in 3rd. The young lady in the pink drives. That Barrow is tall-shouldered, really stout in his skull, huge in his forearm and front foot. He's got tons of rear foot and bone at the same time. He doesn't blend his neck shoulder is good right there up front. He's one that's flatter in his forerib, and he's the flattest of his mid-body of the initial 3. Maybe just doesn't balance quite as well from the side or have the same kind of presence as those other 2 Barrows, but a really good trio there on the top end. Young lady here that comes out in 4 drives a really just fault-free, basic kind of a Barrow that doesn't have the extras in terms of ring presence, doesn't have the extras in terms of stoutness and power as those Barrows directly ahead of them in class. But like I say, just so basic and so fault-free in terms of fundamentals of build and skeleton, having some width and power, just needs the extras. Barrow here that comes next is stout-skulled, really big in his chest and powerful. One that maybe comes apart from the side and doesn't blend quite as good, not quite as dark in terms of his skin and his hair pigment. Maybe just doesn't have the same kind of initial read and initial draw as those other Barrows do directly ahead of him in class. Barrow here that comes next, young man drives. That Barrow is so close to grabbing a gate and getting into the scale. He's a little bit bunchy just in terms of his makeup. He's a little bit shorter coupled, shorter and rounder out of his rump. Need to just make that Barrow harder in his shape and crisper up high, move up any higher. Barrow here that comes next, another one that has some shape and power and some extras in terms of rib and body. Needs more foot and bone and stoutness to match all the extra power. And the Barrow the young man drives that rounds out the drive. Really stout in his skull and big in his arm at the same time. He's too close up at his chest and his knee, too flat in his forerib and his mid-body. Another really good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 18 Crossbred Barrows. First, Harley DeShane, Grass Valley, California. Second, Taylor Haynes, Yuma, Arizona. Third, Palin Miller, Koki, Oregon. Fourth, Harper Heimer, Taylor, Missouri. Fifth, Dylan Dyke, Cornelius, Oregon. Sixth, Cash Lerno, Templeton, California. Seventh, Hatton Dean, Lisco, Nebraska. Eighth, Blake Rubo, Salinas, California. Entering the ring now is Class 19 Crossbred Barrows.
Really good class. They're an awesome group. 4 of them here on the top end of this drive, and I think there's some discussion within this 4. I do think there's one of them that needs to win this class to me and do so in terms of a ring presence standpoint. Freshness when you study him from the side. I love that Barrow's just look and what he represents from a shouldering perspective in terms of height of shoulder, stoutness to his skull, cleanliness to his jawline, shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade is awesome and into his top. He's a longer hip bearer that's got a good set to his hock. Now, I'm not going to sit here and argue with it that he's not maybe just getting a little bit tight the longer that we drove him, but he's still not like he's locked up and barely going. A really good place to start. Young lady's calico bearer that's going to be in 2 is one that you get past his front feet being a little bit awkward and how he meets the surface. That's still a really, really high quality bearer that's awesome in his forerib and back into his mid body and his cage. That's where he has an advantage over the bearer that's going to be in 3. Study him go directly away from you. He's huge in his upper hip and his pin set really wide and has great outward turn to his stifle and drops a true hock out of the bottom side of his ham. A really good bearer and a good place to start. If we can tweak his front feet, he can make it awful interesting on the top side. The bearer here that comes out next is tall-shouldered, really good shaped up high, got an attractive look up front at the same time. He's the flattest body to the initial 3. Get right in behind him. He gets a little bit awkward in terms of his hip and his hind leg. Doesn't just get out and plant and go and be as athletic in terms of his step as those 2 directly ahead of him. The bearer here that comes next, the calico-headed bearer, is one that just so good in terms of the basics and fundamentals of build and skeleton and having some extra punch and some extra power. I don't think that bearer has the same kind of look and presence as those bearers ahead of him in class. He gets a little bit more jammed up there at the bottom side of the jawline and his neck. He's a bearer that gets a little bit rounder out of his rump and just a little bit shorter out of his rump comparatively, but still a really freshly presented, really good skin and haired bearer. Young lady does a great job getting drove. Bearer here that comes out next. If we can change this bearer's chest and his knee and how he meets the surface up front, he can climb in a hurry because he's got a really loose and really comfortable hind leg and he knows how to use it. He's got a stout skull and a clean jawline. He's got good shape up behind. He's good proportions from the side. Just have to change his chest and his knee and his front foot. Bearer here that comes next, judging him standing still, he's as unique as anything in class in terms of head shape, in terms of back and power. He's a bearer that when you set him in motion, he's just too tight and restricted in terms of his hip and his hind leg. He was when he first came in, he still is now. Bearer here that comes next, another one that checks the boxes in terms of basics and fundamentals, having some width and power, some extra stoutness, just doesn't get out and go good enough or have the same kind of presence. And the bearer here that rounds out the drive, big in his chest and big in his arm, doesn't have enough stoutness and foot and bone to match all the extra power up high. A good class. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of class 19 Crossbred Barrows. First, Madeline Lindley, Jular, California. Second, Declan Smith, Garland, Utah. Third, Dylan Schlosser, Sunnyside, Washington. Fourth, Carly Jeffco, Ignacio, Colorado. Fifth, Allie Adams, Hatch, New Mexico. Sixth, Peyton Montgomery, Lindale, Texas. Seventh, J.C. Wilkinson, Prideville, Oregon. Eighth, Kaylee Johnson, Kersey, Colorado. Entering the ring now is Class 20 Crossbred Barrows.
Here on the top end of this drive, young man's Blue Barrow is going to start this class, and that's the barrow that within this pair just balances up so well from the side and has a really good ring presence. A barrow that he's really good in terms of the angles to his skeleton. When you just step back and study him standing still, I do think he's still a little tight moving and shorter stepping from behind, but he's got a better slope to his hip and his hind leg and a better angle to his hock than the barrow that's going to be in two. He's a really good four-rib barrow that's fresh in his mid-body and great and fresh and goodness turning up high. A good barrow and a good place to start. Young lady's barrow too. I love this barrow, his head and his skull and what he represents up front from his shoulder forward. From there back, I think he's a little bit flatter in his mid-body than the barrow that wins the drive. He's tighter and just wants to swivel his hind leg more than the barrow that wins the class. So like I say, neither one of them are perfect movement from behind. I probably prefer the barrow that wins the drive in terms of just the shape to his hock and the shape to his hip and his hind leg better. But still a barrow that's really fresh up high, presented extremely well in terms of his skin and hair. Young lady's barrow here that comes third is another one that's presented extremely well. Front 2/3 of this barrow as good as anything. Height to shoulder, look up front. Just the looseness to his front end. This barrow is too tight and too restricted in terms of his hip and his hind leg. He could use some more bone to match and compete with those two barrows directly ahead of him in class. Another one here that comes next, tall-shouldered and really attractive up front, presented and driven extremely well. Of the initial four, he's the flattest in his forerib and back into his mid-body. Just needs to have more power there to facilitate for some extras up high. Blue barrow here that comes next, another one that when you just talk about basic market fundamentals, is so good in terms of having some stoutness and power and width through the lower third of his skeleton. Awesome in his mid-body and up high. He's not near as good in terms of his ring presence and stoutness to his jawline as the barrows ahead of him in class. And the barrow here that the young man drives and rounds out the class, he does have some extras in terms of stoutness and power within this drive. He's the tightest in his top line. He's the tightest and shortest stepping from behind. Change him there and he can certainly move up. Another good class. Let's go and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 20. Congratulations. First, Dallas Martinez, Center, Texas. Second, Skylar Johnson, New Kioma, California. Third, Aubrey Naranjo, Monte Vista, Colorado. Fourth, Patty Goldinger, Philadelphia, Missouri. Fifth, Avon Harlan, Buffalo, Oklahoma. Sixth, Cannon Colley, Unionville, Missouri. In the ring now is Class 21, Crossbred Barrows. This is our last class of the middleweight division.
A really good class, another high quality pair up here on the top end of this drive. There's some discussion within the pair, but the young man's calico headed, predominantly white pair, to me needs to go ahead and win this drive. If you get past his rear pass turn and just how it meets the surface, past that, he's easily the best one within this class. He's better than the Barrow in second in terms of his head shape and his skull, how his neck ties into the top of his shoulder and the base of his chest. Really big in his forerib and back into his mid-body. That Barrow squares and feeds with a crisper, harder shape up high. I like that about him. Step back and study him from the side. This Barrow silhouettes and proportions better when he goes across the center of the ring. If anything, I would loosen him up ever so slightly in terms of his step out of his rear skeleton. That's where the Barrow in 2 has an advantage. That Barrow is awesome in the set and the slope to his hip and the set to his hock and his hind leg. I love that about him. At the same time, from there forward, he's the shorter neck Barrow that doesn't have as much stoutness there to his jawline. He doesn't have the same kind of crisp, hard shape working up high on the backside of his shoulder. Maybe a Barrow that just gets a little bit plainer in his top and plainer in his shape comparatively, but still a really loose hinging athletic Barrow that gets out and goes and is presented extremely well and a good place to be in second. Young man's Barrow in third, tall-shouldered and attractive up front, got really good shape up high. This Barrow is one that's too closed up at his knee and at his chest. Similar story from behind, needs to be pried apart at his stifle and his hock and at the ground, but presented, another one presented extremely well. Young man does a great job getting in drove. Young lady's Barrow here that comes next. If you could just give this Barrow more forearm and feature and foot and rear bone, he can move up and make it awful interesting because he's tall-shouldered, he's really attractive up front, he's awesome in his shape, he's as loose as you can make one, as athletic in his step as he goes. He just has to be powered up and has to be stouter. The Barrow that rounds out the drive are the top 5, tall-shouldered and really good in his lines. As you study him from the side, he's a Barrow that doesn't have the same kind of look and ring presence up front. He wants to close up there at his hock and the ground from behind. Just needs to have a harder, crisper shape up high to compete with those other Barrows. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 21. Congratulations. First, Holden Peelman of Manteca, California. Second, Delaney Glasgow, Lindale, Texas. Third, Jetson Goldinger, Philadelphia, Missouri. Fourth, Emma Helberg, Atascadero, California. Fifth, Hayes Heiner, Corinne, Utah. We're now ready to drive for our champion and reserve selection out of our middleweight crossbred barrow division. Coming out of Class 18, congratulations, Harley DeShane of Grass Valley, California. Winning Class 17, congratulations, Madeline Lindley of Chular, California. Winning Class 20, congratulations, Dallas Martinez of Center, Texas. And out of your just completed Class 21, Holden Peelman of Manteca, California. Please put your hands together for our class winners here in our middleweight crossbred division.
Crossbred exhibitors, nice round of applause. A really good group of class winners as we get these 4 back out here. And once again, you know, represent what we're trying to make, what we're trying to build. And I think as I step back and study them, and hunters I discussed, there's one of them that when he came out in class, he hit both of us pretty hard. He comes back out into this drive, still hits us hard, and he came out of a really good class. A barrow that is so fresh and presented to a T. He is unbelievable when you get right up on top of his skeleton and study his back and on the backside of his shoulder blade, and to still have just a head shape and a look and a cleanliness and youthfulness up front. He's got the best set to his hip and his hind leg, and he gets out and goes and uses it. We like the young lady in the blue shirt out of the first class to be champion of this division. Congratulations to her.
Your champion, Division 2 Crossbred Barrow is driven by Harley DeShane of Grass Valley, California. That'll drop in Taylor Haynes.
dropped that second place bear out, and that was a really good class. If you remember back, it went 3 deep, and those three were all three really good, and this barrel comes back out and certainly gets into the mix and gets into the talk really quickly, and we sure think that one's so good in his build and his step and his athleticism. Well, it's still really attractive. Maybe didn't have just the same kind of shape and power up high, but still represents such a unique show ring presence and look from the side. We like the young lady in the red shirt, the blue barrow too, and one that's another one that just has such a unique presence. Maybe just isn't quite as just fresh in his body shape or quite as loose hinging as the bear that wins this division. We think it's awful close between that pair. And there's some give and take. We're going to keep the two together. Second out of the first class we reserve. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve Division II Crossbred Barrows driven by Taylor Haynes of Yuma, Arizona. That'll conclude our middleweight drive. We're now ready for Class 22 Crossbred Barrows.
Really good trio here as we get into the first class of heavies. Young lady with the blue barrel here directly in front of us in the green sweater, going to start this drive and does so real quick and real handily within this class. When you step back and study him and just put the positives together, this one does that the best. He's a big-footed, heavy bone bearer that's got a real attractive look ahead of his shoulder blade. He blends the top side of his neck, awesome into his shoulder. He's really fresh in terms of his shape up high. He's awesome in his forerib and back into his mid-body. His lines and proportions are extremely good from the side. He's a longer rump bearer that's got a better set to his hock. Really athletic in his step. Needs to go ahead and win this drive. Good place to start. Young lady's belted bearer that's going to be in 2. That's a short-bodied bearer that's got tons and tons of mass and power when you get right up on top of him. I don't think that barrow blends together as good or proportions quite as good as the barrow that wins the drive. He comes apart right there at his neck shoulder tie just a little bit. He's a rounder, shorter rump barrow that doesn't have the same kind of set to his hip and his hind leg. Just gets a little bit more robotic in his step from behind, but one that's got so much mass and so much power, huge in his cage. You have to appreciate him for being that fresh as we get up into this kind of a weight. Young man's barrow in 3. That one is really loose and really good in terms of his build. I love that about him. Of the initial 3, he just doesn't look like he fits at this weight in terms of stoutness and power. He's a little bit frailer featured in terms of his jawline. He's not as good in terms of his forearm, and he's a frailer footed or frailer rear bone barrow. Actually, though, you get right up on top of him, he is as fresh and he's as good and as crisp in his shape as any of them within the drive. A really good barrow, just needs to be stoutened up to compete at this weight. The blue barrow here that comes next, standing still, you have to appreciate a lot of things about him. Height to shoulder, look up front, stoutness to his forearm and his rear foot and bone. He's got a good set to his hind leg. He just doesn't get out and use it. He's the most robotic and the most just upright off of both ends of his body when you set him in motion. Just need to loosen him up to move any higher in class. Young lady's barrow here that comes next, presented extremely well in terms of skin and hair. He's a stout skull, big arm barrow that just looks like he's reaching up into a heavier weight. He's coming apart in his top line, especially right there at his loin and how his ham loin ties. He doesn't have quite as much spread, as much power up high, but he's a big-footed, heavy bone, but when he goes directly away from you, you need to change him from the side. Young lady's barrow here next is really loose and really good in his build and his skeleton. Doesn't balance the same. Gets a little bit crusty there at his pole. Gets a little bit off in his ham loin. Just need to change his ring presence, move up any higher. Another one here that comes next that has some extras in terms of shape and mass and power up high. Too tight and too restricted in terms of his hip and his hind leg. And the young lady in the blue shirt that rounds out the class, the wider belted barrow. Another one that you have to appreciate for his look up front. Another one, you set him in motion, he's just too tight and too restricted. Needs to be redesigned in terms of his hip and his hind leg. Another really good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 22, Crossbred Barrows. First, Emily Ellsworth, Shingle Springs, California. Second, Brooklyn Bunch, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Third, Max Heimer, Taylor, Missouri. Fourth, Avery Layton, Bend, Oregon. Fifth, Allison Stonebarger, Patterson, California. Sixth, Marissa Rawls, Patterson, California. Seventh, Amaya Slay, Myrtle Creek, Oregon. Eighth, J.C. Wilkinson, Prineville, Oregon. Entering the ring now is Class 23, Crossbred Barrows.
Real good pair up here on the top end of this class. Young lady's painted up. Barrow's going to win this drive and does so, to me, rather handily. When you step back and study him from the side and just watch him go, that Barrow has silhouettes and proportions and has the best ring presence to me. He's so much better there at the top of his neck into the top of his shoulder. He transitions from there back into a huge forerib and big round rib cage in the center part of his body. Definitely has an advantage over the blue one from that perspective. He's got a better set to me to his hip and his hind leg, and just a really comfortable loose set. Really good Barrow and a good place to start. Now the blue Barrow, there's no doubt, he grabs your attention real quick in terms of his skull shape. He's cleaner about his jawline and the bottom side of his neck and where it meets his chest. At the same time, he doesn't blend quite as good at the top of his neck and into his shoulder. He's a flatter bodied Barrow, but still has extreme shape up high. He's huge-footed and heavy bone and gets out and goes. I would just make him blend a little bit better to compete with that Barrow that wins the drive. Really good blue on there. The young lady does a great job with to be in second. The Barrow here that comes out in third is just so powerful when you get right up on him. So many extras up high in terms of stoutness and spread and shape and muscle. Set this Barrow in motion. He's too short and round in his rump. Too short stepping to me to compete with those two Barrows directly ahead of him in class. But still a Barrow that's got a lot of extras. Just needs to be redesigned from that standpoint. The white Barrow here that comes next is tall-shouldered and attractive up front, offers a really good look when you study him from the side. When he drives at me, he's too closed up at his chest and his knee up front. Similar story from behind. He wants to funnel and close up the ground comparatively. The Barrow here that comes next, the belted one of the initial five. He's just the frailest and the most refined in terms of his feature. Longer the drive wears on, that becomes the most evident to me. But one that's still really fresh in terms of the shape. Really good in his look when you study him from the side. It just needs to be stouter. Young lady's Barrow here that comes next. Another one that's got a good look ahead of his shoulder blade. A Barrow to me that's carrying too much condition and doesn't have just as much shape and power up high. He's one that wants to roll and tuck his hock underneath himself ever so slightly on the move. And the thin belted one that rounds out the drive. Really stout skull, really broad and really bold. Has to get out and go better to move up any higher. A good class. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 23, Crossbred Barrows. First, Layla Tabor, Wellington, Nevada. Second, Cameron Johnson, Whitman, Arizona. Third, Kensington Brown, Buckeye, Arizona. Fourth, Carter Flores, Prather, California. Fifth, Kaylin Hicks, Elgin, Oklahoma. Sixth, Waverly Millard, Caldwell, Idaho. Seventh, Dally Joe Pearson, Altona, Utah. Now entering the ring is Class 24. This is our final class of the day.
The best in terms of his build within this drive. That's the loosest, most athletic bear that could get out and go and grab a gear. He's got a good shape working up high. Does he have quite as much power and just punch as the other two bears? No, I don't think so, but at the same time, he's still a stout skull, big armed, heavy bone that can get out and go. And that's what they need to at least be able to do when you get up into this weight. Young lady in the blue has a bear that's got the most shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade, the most spread, the most power. I like that about him. At the same time, when you set this barrel in motion, he's just too tight, too restricted and stilty out of his hip and his hind leg. That barrel's got to be able to grab a gear and get out and go and flex and function better, more like the bear that wins the drive, move up any higher. The bear in 3, the young man drives, there's no doubt that bear is looser in terms of his hip and his hind leg, and he takes a better step. At the same time, of the initial 3, he's the frailest and he's the flattest in terms of his construction. He's one to me that just needs to have more power at this kind of weight to move up any higher. Barrow here that comes next is a moderate Barrow. It's got a lot of shape and a lot of power up high, closes up too much at the base of his chest, doesn't get out and go loose enough as you set him in motion, but a good Barrow to be in 4. The Calico that rounds out the class, really stout skull, big in his chest and big in his arm. Another one that just has to be looser in terms of his build, has to take a more athletic stride off of both ends of his body to move up any higher. Another really good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your results out of Class 24, Crossbred Barrows. First, congratulations, Emma Lane of Bakersfield, California. Second, Crystal Goldinger, Philadelphia, Missouri. Third, Cannon Cawley, Unionville, Missouri. Fourth, Peyton Montgomery, Lindale, Texas. Fifth, Mallory Walter, Canyonville, Oregon. We're now ready to drive for our heavyweight division champion reserve. Out of Class 22, congratulations, Emily Ellsworth of Shingle Springs, California. Out of Class 23, congratulations, Layla Tabor of Wellington, Nevada. And out of your just completed Class 24, Emma Lane of Bakersfield, California. Please put your hands together for all of your class winners here in your heavyweight crossbred division.
Let's go ahead and give our heavyweight class winners a big round of applause. I think a really good trio as we bring them back out here. And within the three, I guess it comes down to a pair of them for Hunter and I. And just when you step back and study them, as you could tell, we discussed them pretty good and total agreement. And there's some differences within the pair. There's one of them to us, I guess, when you just step back and you talk about which one maybe does it the best, or which one's the most memorable when you watch them go from the side, which one has the most unique pieces, because they're built right, they've got the right proportions, they've got the right things, and then you start adding on all the extras, you know, stoutness and power, extra ring presence, the way their hind legs put in them. And there's one of them to us that when you step back and just study him, he's the one that's the most memorable. Like I say, within the heavyweight drive, to me, at this show at the Arizona National, that's young lady's Blue Barrow right in front of me here in this division. Congratulations to her.
Your champion, heavyweight division Barrow, comes out of class 22. Congratulations, Emily Ellsworth of California. That'll drop in Brooklyn Bunch.
I talked to him in class. He's one that's so unique for being that short-bodied and moderate and still having a good look up front. Extremely fresh and bold and powerful up high. One that maybe just a little bit shorter in his rump, a little shorter stepping behind, and maybe just doesn't balance or silhouette or proportion as good as our class winner and eventual champion. He definitely comes out here and gets into the mix. There's another one that we really like a great deal, and he's really close to being you know, the champion of the heavyweights, and he's still going to be reserved. Young lady right there in the blue shirt is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve heavyweight Crossbred Barrow. Congratulations, Layla Tabor of Wellington, Nevada. It's Will Hagen of California. Coming out of the middleweight division, congratulations, Harley DeShane. And out of your just completed heavyweight division, congratulations, Emily Ellsworth. Please put your hands together for our division winners here in our Crossbred show. Illinois. David and his wife, Kate, have 3 kids, Bo, Tate, and Millie. David attended Lakeland College and the University of Illinois. During the day, he is a sales manager for Central Rubber Extrusions, their family-owned business where they manufacture rubber products for numerous industries nationwide. They also co-own and operate Heyman Show Pigs, consisting of 40 Duroc and Crossbred sows, where they strive to raise high-quality show pigs and market them nationwide for youth to exhibit at all levels. David has had the opportunity to judge at numerous shows across the country, including the Hereford Livestock Show, Oklahoma Youth Expo, Exarban, the Exposition, and numerous state fairs. If you would please put your hands together for Mr. David Amon sorting through our Barrow show today. By his side and been in the ring all week has been Hunter Langhoff, who's originally from central Wisconsin. He now resides in Grinnell, Iowa. Hunter went to Blackhawk East College and Western Illinois University, where he's a member of 2 successful livestock judging teams. Hunter owns and operates Langhoff Show Pigs, where they market show pigs to youth exhibitors all over the country. Hunter has a strong passion for the livestock industry and working with young people to help them achieve their goals in and outside the ring. Hunter also works as a national support specialist for Show Right Feeds, where he covers Iowa, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Missouri. If you would please put your hands together for Mr. Hunter Langhoff.
Let's go ahead and give a big round of applause to all the Crossbred exhibitors and these 3 division winners. We get these 3 back out here. And like we've talked within the other breeds, as a step back and you study these 3, there are 3 Barrows that when you start them at the ground, they're right in terms of their feet and their toes. They're good in terms of their build and their skeleton. All 3 of them are extremely good in terms of their proportions and their lines and their silhouettes and those types of things. And their squares, they come and go. And then you start adding some extras. Extra ring presence, and extra look, stoutness of skull, foot, bone, really, you know, when they get unique in terms of their hip and their hind leg and how they're set, and then just how much power you can pack right on top of that kind of package and that build and that skeleton. When you step back and you do that, and you get on top of these 3 and you study them and all the things that it takes to be at this level at the Arizona National, there's one of them to us that when you step back and you watch him go, he is so unique in terms of the way he can have a head and a neck ahead of his shoulder blade and be built like that, have that much mass and that much power up high, still get out and go and roll and motor as good as any of them. That young man's lightweight will be champion. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, your champion, Crossbred Barrow, is driven by Will Hagan of California. That'll drop in Avery Layton for reserve contention.
Like we talked him within the division there, he's one that was so memorable when he first hit the ring in terms of his skull shape and his look, the set to his hind leg and his athleticism and how he gets out and goes. Maybe he didn't have the same kind of just power and extras in terms of rib cage and just three-dimensional shape, and you can ride up on top of him, but he's one as he gets back out here, certainly gets into the mix. There's another one to us that was so unique, and you could tweak him maybe just in an area or 2, but still getting awfully nitpicky on an extremely high-quality barrow. Young lady out of Division 2, be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve champion, Crossbred Barrow, is driven by Harley DeShane of California. That'll conclude our Crossbred drive. We will now have our Best of Arizona.
What an awesome division, Arizona exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them all a big round of applause. I know some of you probably won't be around later for the grand drive. Let's go ahead and give the staff here a big round of applause. The show went really, really smooth today and went great. So all these exhibitors, my hat's off to you for being within this division. Hunter and I, as we step back and discuss, we just picked 2 of them here within this division. And there's 2 of them that stick out in our minds. We remember them both from the show. There's one of them that was really good today within his division, within his breed. Still, he comes back out here and he just such a good barrow in terms of his look and his skeleton and his build. The young lady right here in front of you with this chromed up barrow is going to win the Arizona Exhibitor Division. And then for reserve, be the young lady with the blue barrow right here to my left in front of me for reserve. Congratulations to all the exhibitors once again.